Hey, John, Nikki, Squeaky Monkey. Maybe I can't hear. You can't hear me? Oh my goodness. You're kidding me. Can you hear me? Maybe I can't hear. Okay. Whew. I don't know how it's going to go tonight. My internet's been up and down all day. The whole house down. It keeps going up and down, up and down. TV, everything. You are pixelated, but I can hear you. Yeah, that's what I was afraid. Yeah, I can't even get on my hotspot. My hotspot's even down. So I think it's really the internet is just acting up because I can't. Usually, if the house internet is out, I can still get on my hotspot. But I'm having a hard time even getting on my hotspot. Uh, do you have the channel's address? Um, um, see if I can type it in. Grandma's Crochet Corner. My email is the corner is with a C at gmail.com. Thank you so much for doing that, Dustin. You're awesome. At least I think you're awesome. Hi, Patty. Don't mind I'm eating supper. First chance. I kept forgetting to eat. I weren't hungry. Yes, he is. He is very awesome. Oh, my first cup of coffee today, and I am going to enjoy it. I'm trying to cut back a little bit on my coffee. We'll see how that goes. Uh, I'm trying to drink more water. I don't like caffeine headaches. No, well, in all fairness, I usually only have like about 2 cups, one in the morning and one at night before live or with the live. Today I did do the morning one, but so this is my first cup. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'll still have one for my lives. I like having a cup, mostly because I'm cold. It's so cold. It gets so cold in this room. Monkey, there we go again. Now we both said hey. So how is everyone doing? We all know that Dustin's great, wonderful, and awesome. So we got that cleared up because I think he is, and Squeaky thinks he is. I'm assuming they're easy to upload, Dustin, because I have never done that before. Does that mean you're gonna pick on her today and not me? Oh, oh, do I hear a little bit of jealousy? You definitely don't want to get into my head. They are tiny. There is new member badges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months and 1 and 2 years. Somehow I lived there. Ah, bossy, bossy, bossy. I like that. Everyone. 9 badges in total. You're awesome. You're awesome. I can't wait to get them uploaded. I'll wait until after the live, though. Sometime tomorrow during the day. I'll upload them, see how they go, how they look. I'm eager. Right now, I'm with my internet fluctuating. I don't even dare to go to my go to my email to even look at them. They are clearly marked. Okay, good. I got to do more with my membership channel. I just have not. I've had so much going on in my life these last few days that I haven't had a chance to do much. But I got to got to get on the ball. Life is just slamming me lately. I didn't even get my walk in till like 2 o'clock this afternoon. I missed Dustin's um, live, and I kept trying to find time to at least watch the replay, and I haven't gotten a chance to watch the replay, so I got to do that. But tomorrow, hopefully, all I have planned is my walk, and hopefully, it's just a calm, calm day, so I can get things going. Awesome. But have you got a new yarn? Yes, yes. I That's one of the things that I did. I got my new yarn. I'm working on my project. I had to frog like about 5 rows because it kept coming out counting wrong. And then I realized, oh, I dropped a stitch way back there. So I'm like, what? I was about to come in an hour ago, and just as I was about to come in, I got to the end of my row, and it didn't look right. And then I looked at my whole thing, and it didn't look right. I somehow missed like a couple of stitches. I counted all my stitches and then counted more rows, and they were all wrong. I was like, "Oh my god, I got to go back and fix that row way back there." You all have more courage than I have. So, how many of you guys made it to Dustin's live? Am I the only one missed it? Yeah. I woke up about 11 o'clock, and my husband was errand willing to go someplace. So he wanted to do an errand, so I went with him to stop at the yarn store. John and Patty were there. Well, that's good. Made it to about midway. I had every bit of plans, but when I woke up, life just was saying, "Come on, let's go, get dressed," and out the door I went. It was a fun life. Before it started, Chandra spilled her coffee down my back. Oh, yikes. I hope it wasn't too hot. I hope you didn't get burnt. Yeah, I'm going to watch the replay. It was not hot, just damp. Yeah, that was good. At least it wasn't hot. Still not coming out right. Gosh darn it. What am I doing? Where is it? I think it's messing up. No? Alright, I gotta figure this out. It's not coming out right. That's right. If it's all right, why isn't it coming out right? I counted it all. Where did I miss a stitch? I always assume every email I get about opportunities to be on YouTube are scams. Yeah, I do too. I get emails all the time. I got an email telling me if I join a 1 hour session tomorrow between 4 and 5, I'll be compensated $500. You ought to do that. Is it a scam? But is it a scam? I know, right? I'm going to check my email now. Maybe I got a scam. It's going to give me $500. I doubt it, though. Let me see. Come on, are you going to let me in? Are you going to be slow? Nah, I didn't get anything. Must be just you. Yep, not me. I was hoping maybe YouTube was being nice. I don't know. I guess I just counted wrong. It came out right after all. That's did. I wonder what you have to do in that hour, though. I'm just trying to figure out if it's a scam. It seems like it would be, but looks legit, though there are no links or anything. I seen some sardines today at the store. I immediately thought of John. Ah, I bought a dozen cans of sardines at Costco the other day. They were on sale. Oh, yeah, I got some sardines about 2 weeks ago. They're still sitting right here, actually, from Costco. I I can't come out. I can't come out of my head. I'm still processing my study. Uh, yeah, you're talking over my head right now. I'm still not over the effects of my 3 day sardine fast. How long ago was it, Squeaky? I don't know if I could do 3 days. I could do one day pretty easy, but But then again, I love sardines too, so monkey, you must think of me as a seal. Hawk, hawk. Around June. Such a mess here. What am I doing? This on my neck. Oh my god. I'm losing my head. I'm just kidding. John's that exactly how I picture you clapping and flippers and all. He loves being picked on. He loves being teased. Well, that was kind of a cute picture to think of John flapping those flappy, those flippers. Well, Dustin, you're going to have to let us know what happens if you do attend that meeting. I bet you have to do something before you can get that $500, though. I can't imagine them giving away $500. Oh, there you go. I love Chat GPT. Yep, curious. Anyone have any victories today? Anything they want to share besides me running out and getting yarn? Yeah, I hate all the scams. They come at you left and right these days. Oh, yeah. And everywhere. Email, your house mail, your cell phones. I never answer my phone anymore. I have the ringer turned off and everything. I do not answer my phone. If my kids want to talk to me, they'll send me a message, say, hey, I'm calling, answer your phone. Otherwise, I don't answer. You didn't show us what you got? Oh, I thought I did. I got about four of these. This is the color that I'm putting on. And then I got about three more of these. So I have about eight of these all together. Yeah, it's just the yarn that I'm making this with. And this is called I just went to Hobby Lobby on what is the name of this? I think it was Sea Breeze or Sea something. Sea Blue. This is Sea Blue. It's like a very light, almost like a very light aqua, like a bluish green. So I thought it would go well with this variegated. It's it's got that color in here, but very little of it. So it seems legit. They got my name right. Thought they wanted to confirm that in the YouTube program, no links to sign up or anything. 500 bucks would be nice, yeah. But they definitely, they're not going to give you money unless they can make good money from you. So, hey, Midnight. I haven't seen you for a while. It seems like I don't get to see you very often, Midnight. I need some of your thoughts on a relationship to my sensitivity to red meat. It's gonna do a N1 experiment, but I need to separate the omega sixes from the red meat. Any ideas what to figure what causation? I don't even know what you're talking about. That's way over my head, John. That's all scientific equation stuff that so if that's me, then I'm sorry, I have no idea. Maybe Dustin might have some idea or somebody else, but I know it's up over my head. I am so very sorry, John, because I love to help people. I love answering questions, but that is one that I can't answer. So, how is Midnight doing? You did? Well, thank you. It was actually one of them. All right, I got to hurry up and get my walk done so I can go inside and crochet. I got new yarn. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go crochet and be creative. Oh, yesterday, yeah, I was kind of moody. I was kind of moody, but not really. It's just, when you read, sometimes when I read the comments and some of them being negative, it just sort of irritates you. And it's like, don't be that person. Don't be that person, guys. Don't be that person. It's no one that I've ever seen come into. Um, I've never seen the one that's the couple that's done the comments. I've never seen come into the live. So they're just out there. They watched it or watched part of it and just make these comments. And some of them are just, why would you go there? Why would you say that? I don't know if Dustin gets them, but it's really. I try not to dwell on it or anything, but it's like, you know, I don't ever want this community to turn into like all that negative stuff. Why would you even make a comment, and be negative? Why? So, I mean, it doesn't bother me to the point where I would quit or anything. It's just some people are just stupid. And I hope that any of these negative comments would keep other people from being, real, and you know what I mean? It's like, it, you know, a lot of all kinds of people do keto. All kinds of people do carnivore. Whether you are of weight and you're doing it to become healthy, you're normal weight, but you're healthy. And so they'll watch our videos, and gosh forbid if you're severely obese, when someone that is skinny mini and is perhaps trying to gain weight or whatever, various reasons people are on keto and carnivore, but don't don't be sending negative stuff to other people. We're all trying to get healthy in our own way, our own journey, our own, doing our thing. I can never understand the negative Nancy's. Yeah, even if they think the rude stuff, why they gotta write it in the comments? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't either. And this some of them I don't even see because my mods will catch them before I see them because they think it'll upset me or whatever. So my daughter, she says she's gotten rid of quite a few. Um, so yeah, I just don't understand why people have to be. I never heard it as negative Nancy's, but yeah, negative Nancy's. But I don't get a lot, but there's been a few. In this past week, there was a couple, and I was like, why do you have to say that kind of stuff? Oh, you got rid of one today. See, there's another one. Ahmad got rid of one before I could see it, and it's just no need for negative people. It's just No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I couldn't even get my hotspot to come up. The internet's just acting up. My internet and my hotspot, both of them are acting up. So it tells me it's the internet period just acting up somewhere in this area, just being a brat. Now, there is going to be an upcoming time here. I'm getting a new computer. I'm not sure when, probably within the next month, sometime before Christmas, but within the next month or two. So I might be down for a little while. I'm hoping I won't be. Yeah, the negative news, the ones I want to tell you, you can't be real. Her response is as follows. Did I miss something? Dustin, not as bad when I spilled proportions of too much for the liver to process at one time. Fortunately, people react from a place of fear. Feeling superior helps them feel safe. It's really sad, but it's not fair. Yeah, the negative. Did you find out? No. It's really whatever it is. It's rotten, really rotten, and it's not. It's like it comes in the breeze, kind of like It's like it smells like it's coming from next door. And I've looked around in the driveway, up in the bushes and stuff, like maybe a cat died or something. I'm gonna have to if I don't see them, because normally I would see their dogs or something, and I haven't even noticed their dogs. Oh, okay. I thought I missed a post and I was going back looking for it, but that's all right. Um, yeah, it's a distinct. I even thought, well, maybe it's the trash, but I don't smell it up where the trash can is. Maybe their trash cans, maybe. But if I don't see my neighbors here pretty soon or see life over there, I'm gonna knock on the door. Yeah, they're actually an interesting couple. She is an elderly woman. She's married. He's a nice guy, but very quiet. He's had a few open heart surgeries, but she is, and they both must be in their late 70s and 80s. But she used to work. Um, she was she worked at a medical school as a professor, a doctor of neurosurgery, and taught it. She she's told me some stories about being that teacher and stuff like that, teaching the kids about neurosurgery. You do. I'm glad somebody does. Uh, my kids tease me about my big eyes. So my daughter Jenny has been saying, "Mom, you know what? I guess she's been watching quietly because she's been on vacation. So she's been watching, I guess, in the background. And she says to me, "You know what your live needs?" And I said, "What?" She goes, "You need to tell stories." And I said, "What do you mean? What do you mean stories?" I'm always talking. That's one of the things I do. I walk and talk. She goes, "No, you got to tell stories. Like in October, it's Halloween. You need to tell some scary, scary stories." I said, "What, carnivore?" And she goes, "That's an idea." Talk about eating people. That's like, uh, I'm excited. 2 weeks and we'll be in the Gulf Shores area. Well, so don't be surprised if we have a night of telling scary stories. You got something? Yeah. So we should have one then, especially Halloween night. I've got some stories. Oh, pretend we're sitting around aliens. Oh. And we ought to do. We used to do it as a kid, but of course we'd be sitting around in a circle. But we could do it in a chat room, I would think. Maybe like on a Friday, Saturday night or something. It's where one person starts the story and then everyone adds to the story. It would be fun to do one night. I think John would have one heck of a good imagination. I bet you Dustin would too. A lot of yous would have a darn good imagination. Hey Bob, I shared a link to the pet stroller and bra extenders. Oh, okay. And I mentioned in my comment on your. Okay. I bet you I seen that because I know I was looking earlier at one point on pet strollers on Amazon. So it was probably you. So thank you for that. Because I've been looking at them and still looking at them actually. But I got busy and sidetracked. But I think that would be so cool. Bring a baby in a pet stroller. They're really neat. But she's so small. I wanted one that was more netting instead of just a little netting window. And then having the top part, I want more of the sides open. So I've been looking at some of those. It's in the pet section. Okay. Pet section. Oh, okay. I'll look them up later. See what you're showing me. Awesome. Thank you. I bring Mochi everywhere. He walks 3 miles a day with me, but when I take him to the stores, he goes into the store. I never gave that a thought just to put her in the stroller like that. Because it's a pain in the ass trying to get her to walk on a walker or on a leash or put her thing on. Because she runs and hides. As soon as she sees it, she goes and runs and hides. So it sits in my hand. Poop, she's gone. And she's so small, she can fit and hide almost anywhere. Yeah. But she gets so worked up when I come back, even if it's just from the walk, that I think it would be cool for her to go on the walk, especially once I start walking further. I want to start walking around the corner, probably about a half a mile from here. There is a like a small park, playground park, and I'm I'm trying to dare myself to go to the park with her. Yeah, yeah. Make sure she's got her water. I got those fold up water and water bowls and stuff. I can put some in it. Hi, Joy. They get kisses from everyone who meets you. Ah, but it would be nice to take her and put her in the stroller and walk around. And okay, Candy. Thank you for popping in and saying hello. We'll be here. I love hot teas. And I don't put cream or sugars or anything in it. I just love the tea. Oh, I'm gonna run out of this glue. What, Grandma? What were you for Halloween when you trick or treated? Usually a witch. Usually a witch. Usually a witch. You're running out of glue. Only have to fix it. No, I had cut it and frogged, so this is only what was left from the frogging. Damn it. I still come out one short. One, two, three. I'm going to give up. You cheated and had warm apple cider donut today. Oh my God, the earth is going to erupt because you ate a donut. Oh my God. Didn't feel bad or anything after. Well, it's up to you. It's really up to you. It's your journey. Whatever. I don't even know your journey. For all I know, you could be a crocheter and why are you saying you're sorry to me? Should be saying sorry to yourself. You don't need to say sorry to me. I don't even know what your journey is. Maybe your journey allows you to have a donut a lifetime or something. I don't know. I get tempted so much around here. Uh, what?
I told Emma, I was like, dare me to go in there and start dancing.
Uh,
Kiss me, He's like, do it.
you just came in here to grab that. You got some out there.
No, I don't.
Then why is all those cases out there then? You know what? I kind of cheated today too. Midnight. I kind of cheated today too. I was like, I gotta have two meals today because I promised myself I would go up to two meals instead of OMAD. Do two meals, and I was busy trying to figure out this scarf, and I'm still not there yet. It's starting to irritate me, and so I got to take it out. Windows can't happen. Windows isn't working for this pattern. But anyway, so I had a package of pepperonis here, and I said, you know what? It's not beef. but I'm going to have a couple anyway. And I'm supposed to only be having all beef, but I sat down and ate about 6 pepperonis. So I cheated too. Oh my God! Someone shoot me! Kill me! Get me out of my misery! Ah, now and again, we always got to have something in our life. We strive not to, but who's going to pay the price in that? It's going to be the person that does the cheating, if they want to call it cheating. Did I really cheat? Not really. Depends on how you look at it. And I hate that word cheating on a diet. That brings on guilt and shame, and there's no room for that. At least at least a dozen. Really, if you're gonna have one, you might as well eat a dozen. Deal with the carb craze later. Yeah, I mean, we're all human. I so-called cheated too. Was doing BBE with grandma. Grief took over. Couldn't eat it all till chicken wings appeared. Yeah, I'll tell you what. If chicken wings appear right here, I am suddenly just all carnivore, and I'm gonna eat chicken wings. But no chicken wings are dropping in my lap. But pepperonis did today. Pepperonis did, and I thought, oh, I'll just save them for when I'm off the BB&E. So I ended up you know having a few pepperonis, about 6, and I enjoyed them. And life goes on. I'm not gonna go on to a guilt about it. I confessed my sins to you all, but life goes on. We're not perfect, and those 6 pepperonis is a lot better of a cheat than sitting down eating a whole bag of chips. What I used to do. My daughter, I think it was my daughter or my husband, one of the two, had some. I didn't have any, but boy, the temptation to have some was there. Those no bake um, chocolate and oatmeal type cookies. I guess bakes. Well, they had some out on the kitchen counter. Man, was I tempted every time I went out in that kitchen and I saw those. I was like, oh, just one, and I just didn't do it. But dang. On your walk today, you were talking about a bra extender. I used to make my own from my old bras. Ah, but see, I threw away all the ones that was just one, and my new ones, they're in the front, and so it's got like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 of them, but they're just too tight. I have to wait until I lose probably about another 20 pounds so they dig into me. So it's not like a regular bra extender. They're like more of a sports bra type, you know, front clipping. Calorie deficit problem resolved. Okay. But hello, Barbara Jean. And not feeling toxic. I love croissants. So my daughter has been trying to talk me into making some chicken dumpling soup. And so I told her I would. So I'm thinking I'm going to make a big pot of chicken soup. I'm going to take my portion out before I add all the dumplings. And I think that will be okay. But I'm not out of this BB&E yet. I keep saying I'm going to be on until after I'm 300 pounds. Ugh. Amazon. Yeah, I'm going to have to look them up and see if this. Maybe I can see what they got and figure something out from what they have. Because maybe stick to your goals. Yep. I'm gonna have to get me some Amazon. I'm struggling with our kids in the trash they're bringing into the house. Bringing in the. I'm struggling with our kids and the trash they are bringing into the house. Don't you just love that? I'm struggling right now with everyone in this house wanting to dirty dishes, but the only ones that seems to be cleaning the kitchen is me lately. I think that needs to stop. So I'm struggling with that. Bra extenders. Extenders. Oh, you can get them with 4 hooks. I thought they only came in 2 hooks. Oh, and they even have 5 hooks. Well, dang. Maybe there is hope yet. Yeah, I'm looking at bra extenders, guys. For all you men folk, that's an important ordeal when you're as big as me to have bra extenders. Because dang, those bras are expensive. Oh, they're not even that expensive. They're only like 6, 7 bucks. Well, jeez. Why couldn't I have known this before? You're keeping it too real. Hmm. My daughter keeps saying, Mom, you're embarrassing me. You're keeping things too real. You need to stop. Stop keeping it too real, Mom. Ah, all right, I'm going to have to change my windows to, I'm going to have to change it to the V stitch. Yeah, I'm going to have to change windows to a V stitch. Windows is not working because it's an odd number of stitches, and that's where my problem is. Could you start the rows with maybe 2 crochets on each end? Could you start? Could you start the row with maybe 2 crochets on each end? For the windows, the thing is you always have an extra stitch when you're doing windows, and I'm keeping everything even, so it's not adding up when I have those windows, and that's my problem. I was thinking it would add up, but it doesn't add up. Are you don't even numbers? I'm doing even numbers, and the windows is throwing it off. I was thinking in my head that it would be even. Windows would be even numbers, and it's not. It's odd numbers, and that's why my rows aren't adding up. It's because of that. So I got to change Windows to V stitch. V stitch would make it come out right because a V stitch isn't even. John, victory. Back in May, my heart rate was uncontrollable at 110 or more in tachycardia. After doing those 20-day fasts, I dropped into the 90s, then 90s, now the lower 70s, steady. Well, there you go. That's definitely a victory. Definitely. Yeah, with no medicines. I notice when I'm carb heavy, when I eat I've got irregular heart rate type stuff all the time. And when I eat on the lower carb end or no carb, my heart rate is steady. Not no irregular heartbeat. I mean, I can feel the irregular heartbeats. I don't even have to feel them. I can actually feel them. But now I don't even feel them. My blood pressure is lower, and just being on this diet. Can you imagine always feeling your blood pressure, your pulse in your ears? You can feel it in your chest. When you lay down to sleep, you can hear it. It used to drive me crazy, and it would all be irregular. I don't have to feel for my pulse because I can hear it. And since being carnivore, that's totally stopped. I don't hear it anymore. I check my blood pressure, and my blood pressure is normal. It would be three, but it's in the same stitch, so it would come out. Wait a minute. Oh, would it be? I gotta have an even. That's right. That would be three. It still counts as three stitches. You're right. All right. So what? I'm gonna have to look and see. Trying to remember all my different stitches. I need an even. So these stitches not an even. Windows is not an even. I'll think on it. Let's ask GPT. See what he says. Chat GPT. Cobblestone single. It has a triple in the same. Could always do. There's another stitch I was thinking about doing is the brick cobblestone single on the triple is the same. So that means I would have to do two of those rows, skip one. GPT suggests a granny or a shell. Also talked about a moss stitch. Granny is three. Says since you got an even number, the shells and spacing will be balanced. Because you're gonna skip one stitch and three double crochets in the next stitch. That would be four stitches. But no, because no, that's not gonna work. Oh, it might work. Granny is three. So if you have your first one, which you chain three, and then you skip one, and then you put three in the next stitch. Yeah, another one he suggests is cross stitches, which I've already done. Skip one stitch, double crochet in the next, and double stitch. Yeah, I've done that. I've got one. I got one. It's how I did that sweater. But I have to do two rows to do that for that sweater. Dropping in to say hi. I'm not going to be able to chat since I will be split screening this with my movement site and can't chat them. I will be listening. Well, at least you'll be listening. We're boring out everybody doing crochet talk. I need a stitch that's even numbered. I did, but I remember I cheated, thinking, well, it's right. So I cheated. I did like a decrease, and I don't really want to do that every time I do a row of windows. So I said, I don't want to do that. This is my tester. Now this time it's not coming out right, and it's driving me crazy. So it's like, okay, I need to fix this mother. So in the middle, add an extra stitch. Oh, I see what you're saying. That would work. That would work. That means I gotta take this whole dang row out. We'll call it the Nikki blanket because you came up with that idea. The, the flossy blank, the frosty poncho, because you solved the puzzle. Oh, okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 49. Take this out, this one out. It should work. You're right. So do 49 windows and then stop, throw in a double crochet like that, and then continue on with windows. And that should fix that problem. Now I counted 50 windows, 100 windows. So I was like, the count's right because I got 100 windows. And then finally it hit me. No, you got an extra stitch. Duh. Well, we'll find out here in a minute. Because I like the windows part in it. So I didn't want to remove it. But that would work. You're just listening to. Yeah, it's creative talk. We're coming up with our own poncho, Dustin. That's what we're doing. We're doing our own poncho for the channel. Coming up with our own pattern. Over my head. I'm glad Nikki understood. She understood the dilemma. I'm listening, so I start to recognize way over mine too currently. That's what I was trying to get at, what I added to in the beginning and one in the middle, a little bit more work than what we had to do. Yeah. But hey, that works and you still got a nice little pattern, you know? Because man, I know my numbers are right, but I remember it being a little off when I did it down here, and I was like, I must have counted wrong. And so I just cheated and made it work. And now it's happening again. I'm like, wait a minute, something just is off. Where am I off? Oh, that's right. Penny was driving home today. Today was asshole drivers for 3 hours. Never seen so many in a 4 hour trip. Oh, yeah, it sucks when you're driving that far and you get a lot of bad asshole drivers on the road. All I can think about is French crawlers, old fashioned maple glaze, apple fritters, and cream filled long johns. Aw. Now you know you don't want none of that stuff. You can think all those thoughts, but it doesn't mean you have to go run out and get them. When I start doing, when I start having those thinking thoughts like that, and I really haven't, because when I do all that craving for my chips, I have my pork rinds, so it sort of replaces the pork rinds, replace the chips because it's the crunchy and it's salty, so I don't miss my chips. But when I have a craving for something sweet, what I used to do, I haven't done it this time around because I haven't had too much problems with it, is I used to put that fat-free, sugar-free Jello in those little cups in the freezer. And when I had a craving for something sweet, I would just grab one of those, and it was like I was eating like an ice cream because just before it melts, it's still kind of hard and yummy. Ah, just so that I would have that. Yeah, and I eat butter now. Yeah, that's what I did today, actually, Nikki. I was putting butter on my really heavy on the butter on my eggs. I remember last night I promised I would eat 2 meals and that would increase my butter. And I weren't really hungry that second meal, so I went ahead and just grabbed a couple of hard boiled eggs, put some butter on them, and they were cold hard boiled eggs. And I had some of those. I was eating them when we started to go live. So that was my second meal of the day. Only because I don't eat and I forget to cook. I just sit here and I'm crocheting and I forget to get my second meal. Yes, but today I ate my second meal because I ate the eggs. I didn't bother cooking. I just went and grabbed the three hard boiled eggs and added butter to them and added good salt on them. I put some salt on tongue and it definitely regrounds. Oh, okay. See, I haven't done stuff like that yet. And oftentimes I found long ago, before the keto, I can't remember what diet I was on. And they said if you're hungry, you think you're hungry, and you're hungry, drink some water. Because oftentimes it would be because you were thirsty. Some people actually get the hungry feeling when they're thirsty. So I started doing that. And you'd be surprised how that works too, just drinking water or flavored water. My next thoughts would be focused on how I'd feel afterwards and the blood sugars being out of whack for 10 days. Yeah. I'm lucky that I don't really crave those things, John, because I never really, um, I'm not really in a lot of stress nowadays now that I don't have my ex husband and the other crap going on. I'm really not that in that much stress. When I'm really stressed out, that's when I always go for the sweets. Otherwise, I never crave sweets. I haven't craved sweets in a long time. It's always chips and bread. I don't crave the sugar, which I'm thankful for. But years ago, before, you know, I'm going back like 30 years ago, I was addicted to sugar. When I was stressing, that's just where I went, right to Dunkin' Donuts and grabbed dozens of donuts and Do you remember the one donut an hour? Really? How could they lose weight on one donut an hour? Hi, Jenny. You know, I've lived near a Dunkin' Donuts, three different places that I've lived at. That was like within a block of my house, so I could just easily walk down. I could smell in almost all of those places. I could smell them making the Dunkin' Donuts. So it's a wonder, you know. And one place I used to live right like two houses down from a Dunkin', not a Dunkin' Donuts, a Dairy Queen. Man, did I! That's when I was pregnant with John. I'd be down Dairy Queen every day getting a dairy ice cream cone. Yeah. I love Dunkin' cold brew with heavy cream. Cold brew. Okay. I've never been one for cold brew coffees. Man, I could easily get addicted to soft serve dairy ice cream. I can so easily get addicted to that again because I just love it. It doesn't love me, but I love it. I love coffee, hot or cold. Yeah, I do too. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly can't say if I would love cold coffee, iced coffee, because I don't drink coffee with cream and it's not sweet. So I always looked at those cold brews as being with cream and sweet. Oh, you used to work at Dairy Queen? Ah, there would be no Dairy Queen left if I worked that one. I have to stay clean. I have to stay clean. But every time I go grocery shopping, there's a Dairy Queen right in the grocery store's parking lot. And I see it every time, and it's like instant. I want to go get an ice cream cone, and I have to tell myself, no, you don't. No, you don't. And I've been doing that now for years, but every time I drive by one, it's like I instantly say, "Oh, there's a Dairy Queen." I say it out loud even, like, "Oh, there's a Dairy Queen." It's like, "Bye, I miss you." It's flavorless now. Oh my goodness! Don't tell me that. You just ruined all my dreams. Because I used to love the soft serve, flavorless. Why would they change something that was so good? That worked. That worked. Nikki, it worked. Look at that. It's coming out perfect. Oops. I think I put the right stitch in there. Yeah, row six is just a half double crochet. So that'll be easy. I hope. Cold stone though, girl. When we were kids, bomb. Now it's mid. Less tempting now. I haven't in 2 years now. Last was cheese curds. Oh, I love dip cones too. They had one place, was it Dairy Queen? The butterscotch dip cone. Was that Dairy Queen? Some place had the butterscotch dip. It was like brown in color. Ah, I love that too. This, yeah. Oh, I'm very comfortable. I'm in my jammies. I'm not freezing. It was Dairy Queen with the butterscotch dip cones. Oh, yummy. Yep, I remember those. Man, that was so good. Memories from the past. Those were hard to make, really? Gosh, I used to ask for one all the time. They probably hated me when they saw me coming. Yeah, when I was pregnant with my son John, I'd go down there every day. Every day, I never missed a day. I stopped going once I had John. Once I delivered John, I didn't go there anymore. But I craved them, and there was times when they'd see me coming down the hill. By the time I got to the window, it was already made, and they'd hand it to me. I'd pay for it, and off I went back up the hill. I remember always after a bad thunder and lightning storm, go to Dairy Queen because and ask for a small cone, and they would give you this massive one. I don't know what it was about, a thunderstorm and lightning. Why they would give away their ice cream, but I remember years ago they did. Really, it would spoil that fast. Well, my day was good. I'm making a nice pattern. I'm making myself a poncho. I'm making it up as I go. Of course, with Nikki's help. I've had a very good day, all around a good day. I'll be listening. Might fall asleep. That's what you said last night. You got chimed right in. We must be on a boring topic. Ice cream. See you in 20 minutes. Yeah, he's just doing a power nap. That tea makes me happy. Nappy? Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a tea. When I drink some tea, it makes me nappy. We ended up staying how long last night? Nikki, was last night the 7 hour night? We ended up staying for like 7 hours. Last 2 nights have been 6 and 7 hours. Uh, I don't think it's gonna be that long tonight. I get stop sleeping until noontime. Over 7 hours, yeah. It's not gonna happen today. I want a good night's sleep. And I feel like if I sleep half the day away, I'm behind. I'm behind. You know, it's funny. Not that I really care. I'll still do long ones when I feel like it. But the lives, you don't get anything for lives, guys. No monetary value really. When I saw it came up, um, it takes about a day or so, to show up how much money you made for the video. And I kid you not, I got like 22 cents for a 6 hour video. I'm like, what? Oh, 6 hours and I'm going to get like 20 cents. It was ridiculous. I think it was 20 cents. I got to look. I got to look. I thought that was ridiculous. It's like, why even bother? If I was trying to really make it so this was a full-time job, that would be insane. I don't know how people I don't know how people live up do that. That is so insane. Let me see. Where is it? Was it this one? Oops. Analytics. Oh, no, no. Grandma's channel. I get this is funny. Manage lives. Analytics. Yeah, 42 cents. 42 cents. 42 cents, guys. 42 cents, Pito, for a six and a half hour live. Oh, I have to laugh at those. Yeah, I get about $1 per live. Yeah. Uh, that's so funny. Yeah. That's not me and it's not you. It is funny. It's like, really? Yeah, so I started looking at the other ones. Yeah, they're all like 30s. Some of them didn't even make a picture. It was absolutely sucky that night. Uh, yeah, they're doing amazing. Yeah, that's why I keep being told, but I have to giggle when I see what even the shorts. The shorts I think do better than my an 11-second short does better than a 6 hour live. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna do more regular. I'm gonna do more videos. What do you mean by end evergreen? Just think there are people who are doing this for 5 years and not making what you do. That is true. That is true. But it'll take about. They say that they don't pay you out until you make $100, so it'll take about 3 months to make $11. It's about where I'm guessing. But I'm only 3 weeks in, or 2.5 weeks in. But I just have to. I just laugh about how some people just do this for a full time job, and I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen too much. I haven't been in because they only take the ones from like September like 12th and on. Okay. The walk-in videos do about triple what the lives do. And the walk-in videos are only about 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes, and they do about $1. I think the police walk talk will become one. What do you mean become one? Oh, get watch. You know what one? Oh, is that what you mean by evergreen? Evergreen. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I'm thinking tree. Evergreen meaning money's green. Evergreen. One that I noticed that's doing well is the 60-day challenge. The 60 days in. That's the only one that's doing really well. But next year, this time might be 2 or 3x that much. So I'm keeping it up. Okay. Yeah. I only do this because I like it anyway. But it's just, you know, I didn't do it because of the money. So that's a good thing. But it's just that it's funny how little there is of the money. It's just, it's just funny. My white bread chapel video that I made 4 years ago. Instant views? Okay. I still don't understand. Like, all right, say a video of mine did 1,000 watches so far, right? Now, when the next month comes, do they still count that 1,000, or does it start over again from zero? So you said you had one 4 years ago. 4 years ago. Hi, Jenny. because if your views, if they only pay so much per 1,000 views, you would have to do the next 28 days, you would have to do another 1,000 views, is what I'm guessing. Also, you mean they still keep paying on the same one every month for the same amount? They're going to get broke at that rate. Every 28 days, they pay you for the views you got during that time for all your content. Oh, just the views during that time. So they're not okay. So you're starting over again on the 29th day, day one of the next pay period. You're starting out with that one view, not 1,000. It's crazy. I know it's crazy. I guess I'll see as I go along. If anything, I keep track just because I'm curious how they're doing things. So I do keep track, but you definitely you don't make money doing this. Not at our rate. And do I want to go further with it? Not really. Not really. I don't want to make this my full-time job. Absolutely not. But I'm experimenting with it. I'm curious. Yeah, okay. It it could be a 10-year-old video that finally go viral. Ah, okay. I figure that once it's not in the algorithms anymore, that's it. It's a dead video. Grandma, I had a hard day. I'm gonna go to bed early, and I'll chat with you tomorrow later on. Well, good night, Jenny. Sweet dreams, and I hope tomorrow's a better day. That's crazy. It is neat though that we have people from all around the world that watches, that comes into our lives and stuff. That's always um, been neat. I like that. We have someone that comes in from Australia and just all over the place, all over the world. I think that's so cool. It's like Russ has been chatting away. Hi, Russ. Russ. Who's Russ? Oh, that's right. Where is Russ? Homesick Buckeye. I thought someone was in here I didn't see. I was going to need to say hi to him. Oh, there is an actual person by the name of Russ. Okay. He is. He had Rick on his live. Rick. I like Rick, but he's someone I usually like to listen to in live. Rick is a strange fellow. Rick. Why does that name sound familiar? Did Cindy interview him? Is that Rick? I can't remember. Oh yeah. I started to watch one of his lives the other day, and because of the iguanas, that's I was gonna say that I caught something during that live. I ended up changing out of it because I thought he was gonna start talking about eating some lizard or something, and I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want it in my embedded in my memory. So I don't know if he was going to describe him eating lizards or what. 'Cause I don't normally listen to him, so I was like, what? He eats lizards? And I kept imagining him biting on that lizard head and the tail flinging. I just had to get it out of my memory, and I left and went and watched something. I was like, what? He goes long on Saturdays, like 4 to 8 hours. Oh, okay. I'll have to. I ran into him somehow, and I don't know how I ran into him. I never heard of because of the yeah. I must have watched the same one you watched or something, Cindy, because I remember having that thought in my head, and it was like, oh hell no, I can't watch this. I can't listen to that. He doesn't eat them on live or anything, does he? I hope he doesn't. I mean, to each his own, but I don't want to go hunting them down to watch them and he single-handedly keeps the Muscovy ducks and iguana population down. Oh, oh. No, he doesn't eat them on lives. Okay, thank God. I could not watch that. Grief therapy, eat a lizard. I wonder if he's eating like decos type things. What do they call them? Geckos? Decos? And I'm not putting him down for eating lizards. Eating the lizard and eating all of those crazy things is like when I go into the Hispanic um, grocery store, their market, right there when you go in to where all the meat is, where you can get all the different cuts of meat. I mean, the meat counter goes all the whole length of the store. It's a humongous store, and it's the whole length of the store. But when you get into the middle, and it's the pork section, they got pig heads, a whole pig head, the eyeballs and all, from the neck up, just sitting, in that the butcher's cooler, just looking at you. It's like when I hear that he's eating lizards, it's like the same feeling I get when you see the pig head. And I can't believe people would actually buy that pig head and eat it. Like, yeah, iguanas are completely different than geckos. Okay, you probably would, but Florida has loads of iguanas, and so he has plenty to eat. God, his grocery bill must be pretty low then. If he, oh, my connection's unstable. Here we go. I hope I'm okay right now. My connection was unstable, it said. Am I okay now? Maybe. I remember helping my grandmother make head cheese from pig heads. It's a good thing, but it's a good thing. It's so yummy because it isn't a pretty sight. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. I just can't imagine buying a pig's head and cooking it in the oven. You know what I did? You know what I did to my daughter one year? I took a turkey. I and it's I was doing a couple of turkeys actually, and one of the turkeys I stuffed with stuffing, but the other turkey I put a chicken in its body, and when it came to cut the chicken, I told my daughter that I cooked a pregnant turkey. She was, she was so freaked out about that. Uh, I'll still every time I think of the bird and how it had the, ch- the chicken inside. So funny. I'll never forget that. And then one year, well, another year when she was even younger, I can't remember if it was Jenny or Brandy though. It was one of the girls cooking a turkey, and I love eating the neck. You know, so I always cook the neck with the turkey in the pan. And one of the girls, like I said, I can't remember if it was Jenny or Brandy when it was all cooked and stuff and had it out. They they asked me the neck was the penis, and I said, well, of course. I'm cooking a male bird. I'm not going to get rid of the penis. That's the best tasting part of the whole bird. She was so freaked out. We boiled it with spices, then cut up the brains. Ugh, ugh. And any meat of it. The water had plenty. Uh, the water had plenty of gelatin from cooking the head, so everything went back into the pot and put in molds. Ugh, Granddad would always get the hog beef. How Paula Deen recipe all gone wrong. Oh, yeah. I can't remember. I think it was a small chicken I put in there, and I can't even remember why. But yeah, yeah, yeah. We're cooking a pregnant. Mom, no, I'm not eating that. Sure. Uh, I'm down to try brain, not me. No, I just the thought of the eyes looking up at me or something. while it's in the pot. I loved raising pigs. And they would ask me if I wanted the head, and I always said, "Oh, no, I don't want the head." I wonder if they kept it and made money off from the head. I bet you they did. Makes me wonder now, since you can do something like that with the head. Of course they did. Makes you wonder though, huh? They had, well, because that one time I brought in 3 pigs and I didn't get any of the heads. So they had 3 heads to sell from just my pigs alone. They make as much money off as they want. I ain't eating it. Yeah, me either. And you know what, Nikki? We probably have every time we've eaten at a Hispanic restaurant and don't even know it. All right, lovely ones. I'm home and my kitty missed me horribly. My teenager semi. Semi. He probably wished you hadn't been back, except for he probably wanted money. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams, Pania. I'm just happy my mom did not have 8 kids and 4 stepkids. Oh, My aunt either rented a freezer locker or had a big deep freeze. And the first time my mom went there, she walked into a cow's pen. Ah, ooh, boy, was that close. I have that much left. Didn't even realize I was at that end. Wow. Now look at this mess, and I gotta find the end. Yeah, like there's hope in that. Yeah, no, I am not messing with all this. Ah, but I do gotta find the end. It's gotta be an end. Gotta be an end. Well, I had all this on it, but it wasn't coming out right. So I had to pull it all out. All this was on there at one time. So I had to pull it all out. And there's my end right there. So I am not fighting with all that while and crocheting. I'm going to roll it all up in a ball and go from there. What did you done to repeat of 60 repeats? Did you do 2 rows of repeats out of the, yeah. Yeah, and every row it was like I was trying to fix it and I'd pull it out and then go forward and try to fix it. And I'm like, why is it not coming out right? And so finally I pulled it all back and every row was bad. I was like, no, this ain't right. And I finally found it and I had to decide, do I want to rip all of it out? And I did because I wanted to make it right. Every now and again, if my numbers don't add up right, when I know they should, I'll cheat. I'll just, like double up a stitch or something or do a decrease and make the numbers correct. But then it was, I'd do a couple of rows and then it was happening again. I'm like, all right, something's not right here. It was the windows. Thank goodness I finally figured that out. Oh, no, 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 no. Before I came online, I was pulling all this out because I knew there was a problem with it. I wanted to fix it. I was still pulling it out, the greenish blue, the solid color, and I pulled that back, and I thought I had found the problem, that I counted wrong, and so I did a repeat of it, and it still was coming out wrong, and I'm like, what the hell? And then I figured it out. Oh, it's because there's got to be one extra post. There's one extra post. But this time it did come out right. So it's now fixed. I don't know if I'm on my hotspot or not. Might have just connect. Did I disconnect myself? Don't know if I did or didn't. Oh, okay. I unplugged my phone. I can't remember if I'm which one I'm on. I've changed so many times from one to the other. Uh, so how much do you have done? I've done. It's 12 rows. I'm done, but I had a little bit more than that. But I had to rip it all out. Not all of it, but I had to rip out so I could fix the problem. Yeah. So you have one boo boo and they're 1 degree. Yep. If it was for the house, I would have left the boo boo there and I would have just worked around it, but it's not for the house. So I love saying that. But it's for the house. Doesn't matter because it's for the house. No, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's for the house. I jerry rigged the first one, so I've left that first one in the first color, but blue, the new blue that I have on here, this is all correct. We fixed the problem. So from this point out, it'll be right. So from the greenish blue on is right. I left the first set of windows because I did something. I did like a decrease so it worked because I figured out it's got to be right. But then when I did the green, I had the same mistake, and I'm like, all right, now I have to figure out what I did because if if it's not coming out right, it's gonna not come out right for Nikki. So I got to fix it. And so now it's right. Now it's working out right. I'm back and smelling better. You're smelling better. Well, that's a good thing. Yeah, I had all this on after the green because I jerry rigged the green too, and um, and then this one here it wasn't coming out right. I got up to the windows, and it's like none of these numbers are making sense. Why is it keep coming out wrong? So I had to frog it all out. Two whole colors were all got frogged out. Interesting. The Walmart hamburger spikes the sugars. The grass-fed minimal spike and the Dollar General hamburger zero spike. So what's wrong with that Walmart hamburger? Oh, that's interesting. Because I've been eating a lot of that hamburger. I wonder if that's why I'm in a stall. That sucks. Because I like the hamburger patties. So if it's spiking your sugars, I wonder if it's spiking mine. I'm gonna not eat my hamburgers from there. Yeah, well, I call a stall when I stay at the same weight now for a whole week. Uh, no, my thing, what I when I say my stall is more like I'm swollen. I swell up, and so I'm trying to figure out through elimination what's causing that. So when I say stall, I'm talking more about um, water gain, swelling up. Like I can tell when I have water gain because my rings are so tight on my fingers. I just buy frozen patties. I've stalled for 2 years. That sucks. 2 years stall. Woo. I just buy the frozen patties, the yellow package at Walmart. Yeah, see, I've been buying the ones that are already made up from Walmart. They're big and fat. So I'm gonna buy some other patties for a while. That's my that's almost like a daily thing that I eat. But if it's not clean, I don't want to eat it. Oh, it says the beef in the packages say beef and net. That means they added something. I should probably check on them tomorrow, even if it's just to say hello. Maybe I'll bring them a blanket. Here, I made this for you. We get the 5 pound rolls. Oh, okay. See, I don't get the rolls, but I'm sure the burgers that I'm eating came from the rolls because it looks like it was rolls and then they just cut them. Yeah, we buy the rolls, though the rolls should be just beef. Yeah, it's been the last 2 mornings. The last 2 mornings, every time I go right by the back end of their house, it's like, oh, something smells. It's really an awful, awful smell. I've gone over there and like looked in the bushes to see if there was a dead animal or something over there. That would be awful if they were in there dead. But there's two of them in there. Both of them wouldn't have died. I wouldn't think. Why don't humans have a very distinct smell? Scientific John. That could be a video. That ground beef from where spikes you up. Yeah, that could be a video. I get ground prime rib at a local butcher for cheap. It is extremely good. Oh, it is probably all the end pieces and stuff. All the when they're making it look good, the roast and stuff. They probably got all the little pieces. They ground them up. And, yes, but if you got something that you're eating that says and natural, what was it? Natural flavorings. They added something to that. They shouldn't be adding no flavorings to it. That's the thing. I know. Why would Walmart's hamburger meat like blood sugars, but other stores hamburger meat like. Here are a few reasons why hamburger from one store like Walmart might affect blood sugar differently than other stores. Fillers or added ingredients. Some prepackaged hamburger or hamburger patties are not 100% beef. They may contain soy protein, textured vegetable protein, breadcrumbs, or flavored enhancers, all of which add hidden carbs that can spike blood sugars. Look loosely on the label. If it says ground beef, it should only be beef. If it says hamburger, it's allowed to have added fat, seasonings, or fillers. Are you hearing that? Does anyone else develop a sensitivity to smells since going carnivore? Well, I smelled something dead out in my driveway. Water, broth, or flavor solution. Some large suppliers inject or mix in a solution, water, broth, sodium, and other flavor enhancers to bulk up the weight. That is so cheap. Broth can sometimes include sugar dextrose or maltodextrin. This could explain a spike compared to butcher fresh ground beef, no additives. Lean versus fatty meat changes how your body reacts. Leaner beef, 90-10 or 93-7, has less fat to slow digestion. Protein can turn to glucose faster via glucogenesis. Fattier beef, 70-30, 80-20, tends to have less of a blood sugar effect because the fat blunts the rise. That's interesting. Did you catch that, John? um, Processing and sourcing differences. Big box stores may use different trimmings or blends from multiple sources, which can cause blood sugar increases. Smaller or local stores often grind fresh in house, sometimes from whole cuts with no extras added. Processing methods, temperature, preservatives can affect how your body digests it. Testing group. If you're checking with a glucose meter or a CGM, even normal day-to-day differences in sleep, stress, or what you ate earlier can make the numbers vary. But if it's consistent only with certain beef, that points more to added carbs or lean fat differences. What you can do: double check the ingredient labels, look for anything beyond beef. Compare 80-20 Walmart beef to 80-20 from other stores. Try cooking plain ground beef yourself versus preformed patties. But if it says anything in that package beyond it being beef, buy it because they are injecting that Hamburg with crap. Big box stores use different trimmings of blends. Let's see, where was it? Yeah. Some large suppliers inject or mix a solution, water, broth, sodium, and flavor enhancers to bulk up weight. And Walmart's meat, they do not process it. They get it in already done by another actual place. So they're injecting their meat with stuff to make it bulk up and weight. Even broth that they inject can include sugar, dextrose, and maltodextrin. This could explain a spike compared to butcher fresh ground beef with no additives. Yeah, they probably use a cheaper place. They're probably not using, the Walmart's butcher house, whoever it is, whatever company it is. I would compare packages, see what it says. One's probably just beef, and the other one is, yeah, you just got to make sure you read all your labels. I did not know that they inject flavor enhancers in our hamburger, but some large suppliers inject a mixture of a solution, water, broth, sodium, and flavor enhancers. And this can include sugar dextrose and maltodextrin. And this could explain a spike compared to butcher fresh ground beef with no additives. It sucks. We can't trust nobody with our food. We can't trust nobody. I didn't even realize that they're injecting stuff in our meat to make it heavier. What a cheap thing to do. Yeah, this is only 3/4 of a pound. Now, what do you say we inject this beef broth and stuff in it and give it like a couple more ounces so it's an even 1 pound? Hey y'all, sorry I'm late. Had a live earlier and needed to rest after that and get something to eat. Hey, I've been like running wild all day today. I keep wanting to do other stuff. Like I have a video that I took 2, 3 days ago, and I haven't had time to edit it to even put it out. I've been right out straight. Yeah, we were just discussing uh, a cute little problem that John has, and I go and I do a research on it, and lo and behold, boy, they get us for every little penny, don't they? Hi, Jen. I'm headed to bed myself. It's been nice chat. Well, hi, Sin. Bye, Sin. Sweet dreams, Sin. Good thing I've been going through all my foods. See, the doctor kept telling me I was lying about my diet. I kept insisting I was zero carbs. Yeah, it looks like that tube meat, they might be injecting it with some crap. Happy October. Yep, it is October. Yep. You know, you can't even trust if it says meat. If it's a hamburg patty, you can't even trust that it's a hamburg patty and just ground beef. You can't trust that. That is so crazy, guys. That is so crazy that we can't even trust them with our meat, with what we think is safe. You got to read the labels. Yep, got to read the labels. They even got a ground beef shopping checklist. Pre-made patties, double check the ingredients carefully. Watch for added broth called flavor solutions or injected liquids. Avoid anything labeled hamburger. Choose ground beef. Crazy. You probably can't trust them either. They probably injected something in them. You got to read the labels. I never gave it a thought that they were injecting stuff in our food. It never came to me that they're injecting what we think is good, that we just automatically go. When I go to the grocery store, yeah, things like hot dogs, I check the hot dogs because I feel like they're processed foods. You know, anything processed, sausage, I religiously check the labels. But when I'm going and getting 80/20 ground beef or hamburgers or whatever, I think what I see is what I'm getting. I'm thinking that it's okay. And I'm not thinking that they injected a broth in my hamburger meat to make it weigh more. And that would added, the broth is added carbs, and I would have never thought of that. Yeah, I check everything for ingredients, but I would think that my meat, like if I bought a roast, that it's clean. But you got to check everything, even a roast, to make sure they didn't inject it with some liquid. If it says it's been injected, like turkeys, you do realize that when we buy turkeys, some of it says it's injected, and I'm like, I didn't trust what it was injected with, so I never got the injected turkeys. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6. All right, so this one says whole cuts of meat like ribeye, chuck roast, brisket, etc. Um, are usually just meat with no additives. By USDA rules, it is just a raw cut of beef. The label should say nothing but beef, plus safe handling info. So if it just says beef, USDA says that it can't be processed. If it's just raw cut of beef, the label should say nothing but beef. So read your label. USDA has a rule, and that rule says if it's nothing's added to it, no additives, nothing, it should just say beef. That's why butcher counter cuts often don't affect blood sugar at all. They're not tampered with. Some large meat processors inject a tumble cuts with a solution, water, salt, phosphate, sometimes flavorings. It is often called enhanced, marinated, flavor solution, or injected for tenderness. By law, if more than 10% of the weight is added solution, it must be clearly stated on the label. Example, contains up to 12% solution of water, salt, sodium phosphate, natural flavors. These solutions can include sugar, dextrose, and maltose. maltodextrin, which is where the blood sugar spikes can sneak in. So you can't even trust roast guys or briskets or any of that. You got to read the labels. Anything pre-seasoned roast and steaks, such as garlic herb ribeye roast or pre-marinated brisket, those clearly always have injected or coated flavorings. And these flavorings include sugar, honey powder, soy sauce, and corn syrup solids. Wow. Where it is most common for this to happen to the meat, it says big box stores, Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club, etc., often sell both plain and enhanced meats by side by side. Enhanced products are cheaper per pound because water is heavy and cheap. Local butchers or higher end grocery stores tend to sell just meat with no added solutions. How to protect yourself. Check the fine print. If it says contains up to X% solution, skip it. Don't buy it. Stick with cuts that list only beef in the ingredients label. If buying from a butcher counter, ask directly, is this enhanced or just plain beef? Yep. Ground beef, I think I read that. If it just says ground beef and nothing else, you're fine. It has to say just ground beef. It has to say just beef. Let's see. Let me make sure. Let me read it again. Avoid anything labeled hamburger with added ingredients. Choose ground beef only. So, ground beef. If you see ground beef, you're okay. If it says anything beyond ground beef, it should only say ground beef on the ingredients. If anything beyond that, then take warning. So even your roast, you said that you would stick with roast and even those you have to read the labels. It's very known. And it's very known in stores like Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club, etc., the big box stores. The only place that you're usually safe at is the local butcher shops. So there you have it, guys. I'm going to start looking up those labels, especially those tubes. I don't buy the tubes though, 'cause I don't like buying meat that I can't see. I'm like weird about that. And since I don't, I've bought in the tubes before, and their meat is always like a funky color. It's always a off color in those tubes. So I'm like, yeah, it's almost like a pasty hamburger, and I just don't like that. So I stopped buying anything that I can't see. Did you go back to the bargain? Yes, I'm now back to doing the variegated. I'm just going to stop doing anything Walmart. The hamburger probably messed up everything I've worked so hard to achieve. Well, you just got to read the labels. I just, when it comes to my meat like that, I've always thought it was safe, but obviously not. So just make sure it's zero carbs. Make sure it says only beef and nothing more beyond beef on the ingredients label. I can't believe that they're doing it to add weight. That's the part that bothers me. They're cheating us. You know, they're cheating us. They're deliberately adding water and all that type of stuff to make it. They don't think that they're charging us enough for this meat. They got to add water to it. That's what irritates the hell out of me. Yeah, but I guess you just it's one thing. Yeah, it's been that way for a long time, but then you don't realize they must do that to chicken too. I can see them doing it to everything now. It's like it's starting to piss me off. Here I thought I got a great deal on my chicken, you know, and come to find out it's probably because they injected it all with fluid and made it weigh a little bit more. And then they just added stuff for sale. We got a sale on chicken this week. Yeah. Half of the weight is the liquid that you see in the tray of the meat that you just bought. That drips off and you have to put it in one of those little baggies that you bought. You know how many times I see that? I'm thinking that it's like blood. It's not blood. It's moisture that they've added to it. It all just hit home, and it's like, damn, they've been cheating us for a long time. Now I probably wouldn't even know if I butchered a chicken and ate it. It would taste totally different, probably, than what I would be used to, because it's not chicken. It's they're playing with our food. It irritates the crap out of me. They've done a chicken forever. Yeah, yeah. I won't buy any more of that chicken legs that's got that like seasoning on it already. And they'll have like some lemon, some barbecue. It's like a powders on it, because someone that used to work in the butcher shop that I knew years ago told me not to buy it because it's really the day old chicken, and they soak it in like a baking soda bath, and then they rinse it off and sprinkle it with that stuff and put it right back out there, and they give it a whole new good to date. And I was like, they can't do that. Oh yes, they can. They changed that chicken in some way. Yeah. I'm like, oh my God. So yeah, I never buy that chicken where they add the powder to. No wonder people get sick of salmonella and all that shit. I love chicken. I really do. I do love chicken. You get sick and salmonella for not cooking your chicken long enough, and or once you prepped it, not washing your hands and putting your hands in your mouth. Blech. Yeah, I'm constantly washing my hands when I'm prepping with food. Has nothing to do with whether they give it a yeah, no. How's that killing anything? And that's why he told me don't buy it. Don't buy it. But you can definitely get uh what do they call it? Food poisoning. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm talking about what it's gone bad and you're gonna get um ugh, you're gonna get food poisoning, eating sick, spoiled foods. How long ago did he tell you this? Tell me what. Oh, this was like years ago because I was still living in Maine. So it would have been like 20 years ago. Yeah, I knew him when I lived in Maine. He worked in the back in the butcher shop of like Shop and Save or one of those. I can't remember what store it was so long ago. But yeah, he worked in the back with the meat and he used to tell me, don't buy that shit. You soak it in baking soda bath and yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure you're right, it probably doesn't happen anymore. But I just never trusted it. It's like, nah, I can't buy it. Not since he told me that. Yeah, we just throw some more seasoning on it or and put it right back out there again. I'm like, oh God. Yeah, this is like at least 20 years ago, at the very least. 22. But that's how long I've thought about it and would not buy that kind of chicken. Yeah, yeah, I've gone into the grocery stores and looked at some of the chicken, and it's got like a different color to it. They added water for the weight. Isn't that crazy? Insane, John, insane what they're doing to us. Ugh. Yeah, it is. You just got to read labels. Read labels. All I can say is read labels. Yep, and know what some of those words mean. Yeah, all natural. Yeah, uh, sugar can be all natural. Well, didn't it say something in here about watch out for natural? No, it just says 80-20 or 70-30 has more fat, less chance of sugar spikes. But I did also see you're gonna have to read the labels better. The all natural part can mean almost anything. Not to trust all natural. Be suspicious. Yeah, be suspicious. All beef is what you want to see. All natural can be almost anything. It can have honey in it. Honey is natural. Ingredients just beef, then it's fine. If the ingredient says just beef, you're fine because they have to by law. I should say from the USDA. What is it for meat? US. Um, they it's their rule that if it's only beef, then they can. That's the only thing that can be in the ingredients. If there's anything added, like water or whatever, they have to add it. It has to be beef and then whatever it was they added, like a water solution or whatever would say after it. So if it's only saying just beef, you're probably fine. That's the Hamburg from Walmart that I'm having problems with, but Walmart has no control over the supplier. That's right. Ah! Oh my God. Now I'm too many. What the fuck? Are you serious right now? I don't know. Now I got too many. I don't know what is going on. Yep, too many. What is going on? It was right. So now I gotta pull all this out. It's in the row. It's gotta be because the windows was right. I don't know why this is turning into a hard thing because it shouldn't. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. All the way back to this. Oh, I see it right there. I've got two double crochets right there, two half doubles right there in that one square. Gosh darn it. Where was it? Gotta find it. Gotta find it. This should not have been this difficult. I have never had a problem like this before in my entire life. Right there. Stupid mistakes. I'm ripping it out. I want this sucker to be perfect, damn it. Ah, yeah, there it is. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's not going to come out right because that's 40 and it's in the middle of the chain. So that tells me when I get all the way down here, right here is going to be an even number. And it's going to be one more. Why is that happening? Why would that happen? Why would that happen? Is there still a mistake in the Windows row? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because that should have fixed it. Because it puts in an extra stitch. Yeah, I'm gonna continue on. I'm thinking that that extra stitch right there, I put in two inside the window instead of one, that might have thrown it off. So I think I'm gonna be okay because of that. I think it's gonna be okay. I'm thinking it's 40, 41, 2, 7, 8. Look at the middle one. Make sure it's right. Number 50. So far, coming out right. Yeah, it's only coming out. It's coming out right now. It was wrong because I had that extra stitch, and I took the extra stitch out, so it should be fine now. But we'll keep it counting. This is being a royal pain in the butt, but it's my own doing. It's not the pattern. It's my own doing. Yeah. dogs are barking. Probably coyotes. At least you're not having to put 7 double crochets in a chain space in the chain. Yeah, I was watching whatever he was doing Sunday. You're talking about that Sunday thing where he was doing that tutorial. I was tired when I was watching that, and I was thinking, what the hell is he doing? Then when I realized what he was doing, it's like I'm just going to continue doing it the way I've always done that. What he was doing to me was just, at least you're not having to put 7 double crochets in the chain space. I don't know, but I know it's not going to do it that way. Two, if you're making a granny square rectangle and you don't want big holes, how is that solving the issue? Yeah, a big hole. I don't know, but I know that's why they make magic circles. That's how I some oftentimes um, work my granny squares in. Just do a magic circle. You can tighten it up as tight as you want that hole. You know? Yeah. I mean, I don't need all that he was showing me. No. I guess some people want it. New age, I guess, of crocheters. They can do it that way. I'm not going to do it that way. I am perfectly content to do mine the way I see fit. That doesn't have to do with all that stupid crap. Yeah, good night, John. Nighty night, sweet dreams. Um, that is not come out. So far, it's coming out. So far, coming out right. I'm counting it as I go to make sure, and so far, it's right. But we'll see when we get down to the end of the very last stitch. Yeah, I'm going to finish this, guys, and I'm going to bed. I can barely keep my eyes open. Finish this row, count it, make sure the numbers are right. Oh, why would you think you pissed them off? Yes, I did. Yes, it came out right. Yes, 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 yes. I wondered where the remarks was showing and end on the blankets come from. What? What are you talking about? I was going to say a lot more, but I figured I'll just ask this one question. You could see how he went from happy to like his smile fell. Like, how dare you ask me a question about my poncho? I never have posted, but today I did. He said he'd have all of his blankets finished. I asked him if he'd have the end in too. Oh, I thought you meant Nikki. I think I pissed John off today, not Juan. Yep, I did notice that. But he doesn't say who it was. Just that he sends it out and somebody else does it. I started saving more. He ignored my questions to him. I'm sure he has someone else read them in. Well, I do know that one of his mods goes to his house. She also went to Florida. That was Kim. Okay. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I keep going. I stayed up late last night crocheting, and then I got up with like just 5 hours sleep and was brushed off. So I'm gonna go, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna go to bed and pick this up again tomorrow. Good night, sweet dreams. I'm just trying to get this off my lap. 3, 2, 1, night night.